Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvanta Maravinda Nalaya Taksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandar Agom Ikamaniya Nishesha Shobham Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Panti Kayanti Jiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jaya Prabhu Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Vando Mui Sabadana Mate Vando Mui Sabadana Mate Yahana Prasade Bhai E Baba Tori Ay Ay Yahana Prasade Bhai E Baba Tori Ay Ay Krishna Prapti Hoya Hote Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chitete Koriya Kyai Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya Chitete Koriya Kyai Arana Koriyo Mane Acha Arana Koriyo Mane Acha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati ese uttamagati. Ye pasade pure sarva asha. Ye pasade pure sarva asha. Sakudano dilo ye jame jame Prabhu say. Sakudano dilo ye jame jame Prabhu say. Divya Gyani De Prakatito. Divya Gyani De Prakatito. Prema Bhaktiya Ite Abhijave Nasayate. Prema Bhaktiya Ite Abhijave Nasayate. Vede Gaya Ratanito. Vede Gaya Ratanito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamata Narabandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamata Narabandhu. Lokanath Lokera Divana. Lokanath Lokera Divana. Ah Prabhu Koradoya Dilmode Padachaya. Ah Prabhu Koradoya Dilmode Padachaya. Ebeyach Kusuti Bhuvana. Ebeyach Kusuti Bhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Ma Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivase Sanyavadi Hatachari Satarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivasesha Sanyavadi Hatachari Satarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gaura Hari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bye-bye. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bora Bora, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bye bye. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Srila Guru Deva. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go Premanandi. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Puravakacharya, Astatara Satar Sri Sriman. His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Puravakacharya, Astatara Satar Sri Sriman. His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shri Mukunda Radha Kundagiri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Shri Mayapur Dhama Ki Jai, Jamuna Maya Ki Jai, Ganga Maya Ki Jai, Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai, Brihamadanga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai, Transcendental Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai, Go Premanandi, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन बल्लभ गिरिवर धारी। जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन बल्लभ गिरिवर धारी। यशोदा नंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यशोदा नंदन यमुना तीरवनचारी। जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जन बल्लभ गिरिवर धारी। यशोदा नंदन ब्रज जन रंजन यमुना तीरवनचारी। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। जय राधा काला चंजी राधा काला चंजी श्री राधे। जय राधा काला चंजी राधा काला चंजी श्री राधे। जय राधा गोविंद राधे। जय जगन्नाथ जय बलदेवा जय सुभद्रा। निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल। जयो जयो प्रभुपाद जयो जयो प्रभुपाद जयो जयो प्रभुपाद 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 जयो जयो प्रभुपाद जयो जयो गुरुदेव 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 जयो जयो गुरुदेव निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरयात्। नष्टप्रायेषु अभद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवते उत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्टकी। कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकी नंदनाय च नंदगोपाकुमाराय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। नमो पंकजानाभाय नमो पंकजामालिने नमो नमो पंकजानेत्राय नमस्ते पंकजांग्रे। गुरुवे गौरचंद्राय राधिकाय तदालया कृष्णाय कृष्ण भक्ताय तद्भक्ताय नमो नमः। हरे कृष्ण। Reading from Canto 1, Chapter 16, How Parikshit Received the Age of Kali. Text 5. Saunaka uvacha Kashya hetur nijagraha Kalim digvijaye nripaha निर्देवाचिनाधृक् सुदं शूद्र कोशौघं या पदाहनात् तत्कथायातं महाभागो यदि कृष्णा कथा श्रयम्। सौनका उवाच कस्य हेतुर्निजाग्रह कलिं दिग्भजय नृपः निर्देवा छिन्नधृक् शूद्रः कोसौ गाम्या पदाहनात् तत्कथायानं महाभागा यदि कृष्ण कथाश्रयम्। शौनक उवाच कस्य हेतुर्निजाग्रह कलिं दिग्विजय नृपः निर्देवा छिन्नधृक् शूद्रः कोशौ गाम्या पदाहनात् तत्कथायातं महाभागा यदि कृष्ण कथाश्रयम्। You want to repeat, Prabhu? शौनका उवाच कस्य हेतुर्निजाग्रह कलिं दिग्विजये नृपः Nirdeva chinna drikshudra kashaugam padahanat tatkathayam mahabhaga yadi Krishna kathashrayam. Word to word meaning. Shaunaka uvacha. Shaunaka Rishi said, Kasya, for what? Hetu, reason. Nijagraha, sufficiently punished. Kalim, the master of the age of Kali. Digbijay, during the time of his world tour. Nripaha, the king. Nirdeva, royal person. Chinadrik, decorated like. Shudrakaha, lowest of the Shudras. Asau, he. Gam, cow. Ya, one who. Pada ahanat, struck with his leg. Tat, all that. Kathayam, please describe. Mahabhaga, O greatly fortunate one. Yadi, if however, Krishna, about Krishna. Katha ashrayam, related with his topics. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki. Shaunaka Rishi inquired, why did Maharaj Parikshit simply punish him, since he was the lowest of the Shudras, having dressed as a king and having struck a cow with his leg? Please describe all these incidents if they relate to the topics of Lord Krishna. Shaunaka purport. Shaunaka and the rishis were astonished to hear that the pious Maharaj Parikshit simply punished the culprit and did not kill him. This suggests that a pious king like Maharaj Parikshit should have at once killed an offender who wanted to cheat the public by dressing like a king, and at the same time daring to insult the purest of the animals, a cow. The rishis in those days, however, could not even imagine that in the advanced days of the age of Kali, the lowest of the Shudras will be elected as administrators and will open organized slaughterhouses for killing cows. Anyway, although hearing about a Shudraka who was a cheat and insulter of a cow was not very interesting to the great rishis, they nevertheless wanted to hear about it to see if the event had any connection with Lord Krishna. They were simply interested in the topic of Lord Krishna, for anything that is dovetailed with the narration of Krishna is worth hearing. There are many topics in the Bhagavatam about sociology, politics, economics, cultural affairs, etc. But all of them are in relation with Krishna, and therefore all of them are worth hearing. Krishna is the purifying ingredients in all matter, regardless of what they are. In the mundane world, everything is impure due to its being a product of the three mundane qualities. The purifying agent, however, is Krishna. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Praying at the lotus feet of my spiritual master Srila Prabhupada and all the Guru Vargas, may I speak few words for the glorification of our dear Lord Shri Krishna, for the pleasure of all the Vaishnavas, and for my very own purification. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuvevacha patita nam pavneveyo vaishnaveyo namo nama mukum karoti vachalam pangum langayate girim yat kripatamaham vande Shri Gurum Deenataranam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram. Shri Shri Radha Kalajanji. So we have been hearing this chapter where Parikshit Maharaj is encountering Kali, and he is a Shudra, the lowest of all the Shudras, and the sages are surprised, like how he was just being, how he was not killed. And the previous verse, this is 5, and the 4th one was saying that this Shudra, this Kali, was hurting a cow and a bull, and Maharaj Parikshit saw it, and then he got really furious at this person. And then I have heard like few days back, a month or so, where Prabhupada is saying one cow was being hurt and Maharaj, the king, was ready to take action, and now thousands and thousands of cows are being slaughtered, and no actions are taken by the government or the king. And then Prabhupada was asking, and you still expect happiness and prosperity in this society? How is it possible? Not possible, Prabhupada was saying. Two points that's very, very, very prominent from the purport and the shlok itself are that, and one more thing was, previous verses says that now Parikshit, now that Pandavas have retired, we have learned it in the previous chapter, that now first Krishna disappeared, and now then Pandavas left the kingdom, and now Parikshit is taking care of the kingdom. And Parikshit, it says, mentioned in the previous verses, that Parikshit is taken care with his qualities which were being depicted which were being foretold by those brahmanas at the time of his birth. And now, and we see even in Prithu Maharaj, when he was born, the brahmanas were glorifying Prithu Maharaj, and Prithu Maharaj said, oh, come on, I haven't done anything yet, and you are already glorifying. And that's the similar we see, it's being foretold for Parikshit Maharaj. And one interesting point which Prabhupada also insists in the purport, that a devotee always want to hear any topic that's related to Krishna. Otherwise, they are not interested. And they wanted to know about the incident only if it were related to Krishna. So, devotee like to hear wherever there is Krishna Katha. And in Bhagavad Gita chapter 10, Krishna says in text 9 that Mat chitta madgata prana bodhayanta parasparam kathayantascha matnit mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. Mat chitta madgata prana, they completely immersed in the thought of mine. And the translation goes that the thought of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered to me, and they desire great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another and conversing about me. So that says that, the devotees, they are always such good qualities of a devotee. Ananya Bhakta, who understand no one but Krishna and nothing but devotional service at his lotus feet. And my pure devotees, and such devotees are always being, not only they meditate upon Krishna, Krishna also meditates upon them. That's what Krishna is saying. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. So they are thinking of Krishna, it's a reciprocal, right? Ye yathamam prapadyante. So it is like they are thinking of Krishna constantly, and Krishna is also not able to forget about them. And Srila Prabhupada says in his lecture that a devotee is he who does not care whether it is the rasa dance or it is the battle of Kurukshetra. Anything that is to do with Krishna is very interesting to the devotees. So we see that the Prabhupada also talks about the Sahajiyas. Only thing they are interested, even like the Saptahas happen, they don't talk about Bhagavad Gita, they talk about the very, very intricate topic which one should not hear until they are purified of Srimad Bhagavatam, and they are only interested in that topic. And also, well, Srila Prabhupada in India, I think he was in Gujarat, when these devotees, this host who had hosted Srila Prabhupada for a couple of days, and on his terrace or somewhere around his house, he was having this Bhagavad Saptah, and they were telling, and the host was telling Srila Prabhupada, please talk about rasa dance. And Prabhupada said, no, I shouldn't be talking about rasa dance. And they were insisting, and he said, trust. The host was saying, trust us, we are qualified audience, we can hear about rasa dance. And Srila Prabhupada said, you might be qualified to hear, but I'm not qualified to speak. So that's the mood of a devotee. He knows what to speak where. At the same time, a devotee, he doesn't discriminate, or she doesn't discriminate any topic if it is related to Krishna. Also, Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, Krishna speaks of some of his opulences, because he says it's not possible to speak about all my opulences because it is unlimited, but I'll speak some of my opulences, which also give the devotee the opportunity to remember Krishna. Like this time we went for Sadhu Sangha, and the entire city, there were so many mountains, the entire city was like, it's such a, and the moment the devotees went, it's such a clean and scenic, very, very beautiful place. Water, and the lakes and whatnot, and in between the temple was very beautiful temple, and all the mountains, and we could see ice on top of it, and snow there, and we also had the hailstorm, so everything was there. And this nature itself is the manifestation of Krishna. And Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 10:23 that of the mountains he is Mount Meru. And again, and on 10:25, he says that of the immovable he is the Himalayas. Of the immovable things he is Himalayas. So when we see this mountain, I was thinking of this verse when I was looking around the mountains, because everywhere you go, you have to cross through, you cannot avoid the mountains, because the entire city is surrounded by the mountain. And then Krishna gives this opportunity when in a material world, which is dukkhalayam ashashvatam, as Krishna says, and there are threefold miseries. Prabhupada also writes toward the end of the purport that the mundane nature, the mundane qualities are there. Nothing is worth, right? Srila Prabhupada writes that in the purport, that that in the mundane world, everything is impure due to its being a product of the three mundane qualities: mode of goodness, mode of passion, mode of ignorance. Because of these three modes, everything is mundane, it is impure. But Krishna so lovingly, he has given us this material world, so many things, and Bhagavad Gita, for us to connect everything back to Krishna, attribute everything towards Krishna. So this mountain, whether it's water, he says amongst the luminaries, he's the sun, among the stars, he is the moon. So every time we see the sun and moon, we realize that these are this Krishna speaks about them. When we do japa, Krishna says that he, of all the sacrifices, at 10:25, he says, I am japa. So when we are chanting Krishna's name, Krishna says he is none. And also the holy name is non-different than Krishna himself. So Krishna has given us so many opportunities for a devotee who recognize Krishna as their master and themselves as the servant, eternal servant of Krishna. For them, they have so many opportunities to remember Krishna. And like that, devotees can use everything that's been provided in this mundane world as a reminder. Okay, this reminds me of Krishna, that, this talks about Krishna. And then we read the scriptures, and then we connect even more through the scriptures, as they say, Sadhu Guru Shastra, through the Shastras, through the scriptures, we will be connecting things that those are surrounding us with Krishna. And then that's what Prabhupada is saying, that devotees are not interested. That's a test for every devotee, that they are not interested in anything. All they are interested is about Krishna. And then sometimes it can be deceiving too. Like this incident is pretty famous with Srila Prabhupada, that Srila Prabhupada goes to India, and one of his early disciples, might be Gargamuni, or I don't remember exactly, or Achyutananda Maharaj. Then Maharaj, he was waiting for Srila Prabhupada, I think it was Gargamuni, and he was waiting for Srila Prabhupada, and he was saying, he was thinking, okay, this Vrindavan, I'm not able to, like, with my mundane eyes, I'm not able to cherish this Vrindavan. I've heard so much of glories from Srila Prabhupada, and now I'm here, but I'm not able to really understand the glory of Vrindavan. And when Srila Prabhupada will come, he was about to go get Srila Prabhupada from the airport. When Srila Prabhupada will come, and then he will come and he will talk about Vrindavan, then I will see the real Vrindavan. And Srila Prabhupada came, and he was sitting in the car for a very long time, and finally he said, cement. To look at it, the cement, it's a mundane thing. There's nothing Krishna about it. But Prabhupada, being a pure devotee, he cannot speak anything mundane. He was talking about the cement and its rate and how difficult it was to acquire, because he wanted to build the Krishna Balaram temple so beautifully so that Krishna can reside there comfortably. So even when a pure devotee is speaking, it might seem like a mundane topic, but it is not. And then, so devotees, they always like to hear, as they hear Prabhupada also write, that it might be, devotees are not interested in politics, economics, or any other topic unless it is dovetail for Krishna, unless it has the topic of Krishna. So long it's related to Krishna, devotees are interested. And another thing that it says that, it's often said that it's known fact that the saintly persons are so very compassionate. We see from our acharyas, our Srila Prabhupada, and all our Guru Vargas, they are so compassionate. Even if they don't want the pure devotees, they want to give Krishna consciousness. We are reading Chaitanya Charitamrita Sundays, and we see how compassionate, how affectionate Sripad Madhavendra Puri was. So we have seen that how loving, how caring, how compassionate, how giving the saintly people are. But here we are saying that, Shonaka the Rishi and Saunaka and all other rishis, they were being upset that this Kali was not being killed. This personified, sin personified, was not being killed. And that's very contradicting to the compassionate character, right? Because they believe in forgiveness. The saintly people, they believe in forgiveness. And how they're being surprised that Maharaj Parikshit did not kill Kali. But then it says that, Prabhupada mentions quite many times this verse in purport of 4:14:31, where it says the king Vena, as we know from the 4th canto, that how Angira's son, Angira Muni's son, Vena, he was so sinful, and he will kill his friends, things like that. He will do so many things. Even the rogues will be running away in fear, because Vena was so dangerous. He was so harmful for the society. And finally the Brahmanas decided that we can't have a king like this. This is not for our society. And Prabhupada writes that, and that's when they kill Vena with just a hum sound. They do this mantras, they pronounce this mantras and just do and Vena gets killed. And Prabhupada says that usually, this is 4:14:31, that usually the saintly people are very kind to all kind of living beings, but they are not unhappy when a serpent or a scorpion is killed. It is not good for saintly people to kill, but they are encouraged to kill demons who are exactly like serpents and scorpions. Therefore, all the saintly sages decided to kill King Vena, who was dreadful and dangerous to all human society. We can appreciate the extent to which the saintly sages actually control the king. If the king or the government becomes demoniac, it is the duty of a saintly person to upset the government and replace it with the deserving person who follow the orders and instruction of saintly persons. So that's a power we are seeing that we don't see it now, of course, it's, as the Kali Yuga proceeded, we don't see it anymore. But what's being narrated here, even King Vena was the authority, king, but Brahmanas were a higher authority. As we see in those days when we see the dramas or read Bhagavatam, we see how as soon as a king receives a Brahmana, he gives his throne to the king, to the saint to sit. And then the Brahmana or the Vaishnava or the saint in return, he will say, okay, this is your kingdom. Like you haven't given it to me and now I'm giving it back to you. Take care of it nicely. But the king used to remain a king so long he was pious, he was following the instructions of the saintly people. If he were whimsical, then he will be removed from the throne. And the same thing happened. King Vena was such a whimsical king. He started saying, don't worship anybody, worship just me, don't do anything, do everything for me. And then the Brahmanas got really, really disturbed to the point that they decided to kill the king. As in the purport, Prabhupada says that they don't want to kill anybody because they are very compassionate at heart, they're very kind to all kind of living beings. But because of this one king, entire society is being disturbed, then he has to be killed. So as Prabhupada writes that when the government is so demonic, it has to be replaced with a deserving person who will follow the orders and instructions of saintly persons. So Prabhupada mentions about it in also Canto 7, Chapter 9, Text 14, that Prahlad Maharaj, this is a story when Prahlad Maharaj's father Hiranyakashipu was already being killed. And now Lord Narasimha is very, very in an angry mood, and no demigods, Lakshmi Devi and Brahma, Lord Shiva, nobody is able to pacify him. And now Brahmaji asked Prahlad Maharaj, you go and pacify him. And Prahlad Maharaj is specifying Lord Narasimha Dev, and he is saying, my Lord Narasimha Dev, please therefore cease your anger now that my father, the great demon Hiranyakashipu, has been killed. Since even saintly persons take pleasure in the killing of a scorpion or a snake, all the worlds have achieved great satisfaction because of the death of this demon. So Prahlad Maharaj is mentioning about his father as this demon. He also earlier, while addressing him directly, he was saying that, oh, best of the demons. He was not afraid of his father. He was telling, and now he is telling that, Narasimhadev, that now that he is killed, now this demon is being killed, now you please specify yourself, because even the saintly people are very happy when a scorpion or a snake is being killed, because demons are to be killed so that the peace can be maintained in the society. We see how the entire battle of Kurukshetra happened because Lord Krishna wanted to establish dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. He wanted to establish, so Krishna come for 3 reasons, and one of us to establish the dharma, the religious principles in the society, so that everybody can live peacefully. And unless one lives peacefully, how will he walk the path of realizing himself and Krishna, the ultimate goal? Self-realization. One cannot walk on the path of self-realization if there is so much disturbance in the society, if one continuously have to think where to get milk, where to get the food, where to get shelter, and etc., right? To keep the body and soul together, one has to be in a certain amount of, peaceful life, so that they can continue their path of self-realization, realization of Krishna very nicely. So that's why Krishna wanted to establish Yudhishthir Maharaj, under whose reign, the environment was so wonderful, the ambience was so beautiful. There was not too much of rain, not too much of drought, it was not too hot, not too cold. It was just perfect, to live a peaceful life, and when they can focus on Krishna consciousness. But when we have demand, and we see it currently too, right? When we have demonic government, we have demonic kings, what happens? Everything go hayway. You feel cold during summer, you feel hot during winter, and it's flowers start blooming during autumn, and it's everything glow, and it's global warming. because we have not been, the subjects are not taken care properly by the king or the authorities or the administrative people. So when the king is saintly, the Brahmanas are very comfortable to let the saintly kings rule the society. We see that Krishna says in chapter 4, second verse, Evam parampara praptam. Thus, even from the saintly kings, Raja Rishi, saintly, that is the Rishi, and Raj, that is the king. The saintly kings took this knowledge of Bhagavad Gita in the parampara. And Raj Rishis used to take this knowledge of Bhagavad Gita not for just themselves, but to rule the kingdom, to rule the subject very nicely. I mean, nicely means not nicely as in having a good house, good wife, good food and good children. That's not nicely. Nicely spiritually means doing nicely Krishna consciousness, practicing Krishna consciousness. That is what nicely is. Not having like a big bungalow and saying, okay, I have a Rolls Royce and then I'm very well situated. My life is nice. Life is nice when we have Krishna in our life. And when we have devotional service in our life. That's a nice life. That's a definition of a nice life. We may have everything and we may not have Krishna. That's not a nice life. As Prabhupada says, the life without Krishna is like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then you put Krishna in the front, and then it's the value of those 0 only comes into picture when we have Krishna, like we have 1 in front of the zeros. So when we have Krishna as the center of our life, everything becomes nice. And of course, if we have, as Prabhupada would mention, that we should be in a position when we should not be too much into luxury, we should not be too much into poverty. So, if we are to the extreme of the spectrum, what happens? We get too much indulge into it. If we're too poor, we're busy solving our problems, like how to bring bread home, how to take care of my children. But if we're too rich, then we're busy enjoying our bathrooms, the shower curtains and everything. If you go and see the celebrities, they're so bothered, even the tip of their nails. They're so much worried, the celebrities, and it will come in the newspaper if they're mismatching with their nail polish, with their dresses. I mean, they're being observed and they're so conscious about their life. Where is the time for Mukunda? Where is the time for Govinda? Where is the time for Krishna? And at the same time, both sides, Prabhupada says, this is the best, that when we in a situation when we are not worried where the next meal will come from, where we will sleep tonight, will my child come back home or not. But if we are in a position, in a sattvic position, we know our prasadam is going to be there. We know our family be safe. And then we can very easily do Krishna consciousness as a best situation. And that's when they say, like, you should not endeavor too much to get material position. If you endeavor too much, there is no time for Krishna consciousness. And then one day this human life will come to an end, whether we like this or not. Like Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, whatever is being born will come to an end, and whatever comes to an end will be born again. So this cycle of Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadhi will go on, going on and on and on. And we cannot get out of it until we have Krishna in our life, because He is the only one who can liberate us from this, the cycle, vicious cycle of Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadhi. Because everybody else, whether it's Lord Brahma or whoever it is we think to be the superior, comes under this cycle. He have longer life, we have shorter. Doesn't matter, but his life ends too. But if we want to go beyond this life of pain, this life of... At some point we may think, my life is good. I don't have any problem. I'm having a comfortable life. So why these people, these devotees keep talking about miseries? Why these devotees keep talking about the temporary things? I might have a wonderful life of 100 years, but not beyond that. Even if I had the perfect of life, it's gonna end. That's why Prabhupada says that it is not false, like the Mayavad philosophers understand. It is not false, it is not mithya, but it is temporary. It is ashashvatam. It is temporary. To make this life beautiful, as the verse says that if whatever is born will be dying and whatever is dying will be born again. But between this birth and death, there is a sea that is called choice. How you make your life beautiful is up to us. And how a life becomes beautiful? It becomes beautiful by surrendering at the lotus feet of Krishna. Surrendering this life to Krishna. As Mukunda Mala Stotra, Kulashekar Alvar says that a head is beautiful, that has the dust by bowing down. I'm paraphrasing the verse. That has become white. The forehead has become white by again and again and again bowing down at the lotus feet of Krishna. So the dust is there and our head has become white with the dust, and that's a glorious head. And he gives many other examples or many other things he's mentioning. So when a devotee's life is very beautiful because whatever he is doing it for Krishna. And by doing it for Krishna, he's doing it for every living entity, not just human being. Because we are often asked, what are you doing for the society? Those who are doing for the society, they are doing only for the human being. But those who are doing for the pleasure of Krishna, they are doing for the ant, for the elephant, for the dog, for the cat, and human being, and the demigod, and everybody. Because if you water the root, every leaves and twigs and everything will be nourished. Similarly, if we please Krishna, Prabhupada says, do not seek happiness for yourself. Try to give pleasure to Krishna and happiness will come your way. Krishna will give you happiness. Similarly, like when we see prasadam, when we make food stuff, we do not try to grab it for ourselves. We first offer it to Krishna and then we have it. So when we offer everything, including our life, offer it to Krishna and then we have it, it becomes a beautiful life. And we have a very, very pious and auspicious life. With that, I would like to pause. If there is anything you would like to add, correct me, please go ahead. Thank you. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuveva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Jai Srila Prabhupada. You want to say something, Prabhu? Same here, Prabhu. I saw you in it. You want to add something? Any realization, anything? You want to add anything, Ishan? You want to say any verse? Thank you so much. Jai Srila Prabhupada Srimad Bhagavatam ki Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Where is she? Yeah. Where is she? Actually, I have fever. No, no,
No. We already talking. We're gonna go next week. Let us know ahead of time so we can book the tickets.
Kalaganana Panaparau Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Priyo Tau Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nemar Karau Pujitau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Vahan Tarakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalakau Vande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Bhagavata Krishna Kirtana Gana Kirtana Gana Nartana Param Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Kanna Kripa Bharau
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 6th canto, 1st chapter, text number 1 and 2, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on May 22nd, 1975, in Melbourne, Australia.
So, we were discussing last night about Nivitti Marga, the opposite direction of progressing towards hellish condition of life. That by nature's own way, the living entity comes to the human form of body by the evolutionary process that we have already discussed. There are 900,000 forms in the water, then there are 2 million forms of trees, plants, and Jalajano Lakhani, Savara Lakhavingsati, then insects, moths, and flies, like that. There are 1,100,000 forms. Then birds, 1 million forms. Then beast, 3 million forms. Then human being, civilized, not civilized, there are 400,000. This is the total number of different forms of life. The living entity, spirit soul is the same, but they are passing through different forms of life. Just like I am the same man, I have passed through my babyhood body, my childhood body, my youthhood body. Now I have come to another body. So, it is a fact that I was staying in a baby's body, now it is another body. A very simple thing, that we are changing body, but I am the soul the same. We have to understand this thing. Evolution is going on. Now, by nature's law, the evolution brings you to a nice body, civilized human body, with higher consciousness. But if we utilize this higher consciousness simply for constructing very high skyscraper buildings and do not know what form of body I am going to accept next, that is not very good intelligence. My business is that by nature's evolutionary process, I have come to this human form of life. Now, I have got good intelligence, better than the animals. If I utilize that intelligence for simply having nice motor car and skyscraper building, but I do not know what is my future, then it is not very good intelligence. You can construct a very nice skyscraper building and you can have a nice car, but you will not be allowed to stay here. What you have done for that? You will be kicked out at any moment. Then your all labor is simply, you can solace yourself that my children will enjoy or my grandsons will enjoy. But why not you enjoy yourself? That is very uncertain. Any moment I shall be kicked out. And then, if it is a fact that I am going to accept another body, there is no guarantee what kind of body I am going to accept. I have constructed a skyscraper building on account of my attachment. I may be allowed by the nature's law to stay in that building, but if by my activities I become a rat or cat in that building, then what is the profit? We are under the nature's law. You cannot say that you are independent. Nature's law is very strict. Prakritakriyamanani gunikarmani sarva. Nature's law just like fire. If you touch fire, it will burn. And even a child who is innocent, if the child touches the fire, it will burn. There is no excuse. You cannot say that the child is innocent. It does not know the effect of touching fire. He should be excused. No. Ignorance is no excuse. Especially, that is the state laws. You cannot say, suppose you have committed some criminal act, if you please, my Lord, I did not know that after doing this act, I had to suffer imprisonment. Say, excuse me. No, that will be no excuse. You know or not know the law. If you have acted like that, you might suffer. This is going on. So we don't believe in the next life just to avoid this consequence. But that will not excuse us. We have to accept a type of body. Otherwise, how? There are so many different types of body. What is the explanation? Why different forms of body, different stages of body, different standard of body? There is nature's law. Therefore, this human form of life should be properly utilized. Not simply engaged in sense gratification like cats and dogs. That is not very responsible life. Responsible life is that I have got this improved form of life than the cats and dogs, and I have got more intelligence than the cats and dogs. If I simply utilize it for 4 bodily necessities of life, 4 bodily necessities of life means we require some eating. The cats, dogs, human beings, or High Court judge or anyone, they require some eating. They require sleeping, apartment. So that is, cats and dogs can sleep without apartment. But the sleeping required. That is fact. Eating required. That is fact. And sex life. That is also fact. And defense. That is also fact. But these things are common to the cats and dogs and man, human being. So what is the special feature of the human being? The special feature of the human being is that a human being can consider that I have got this nice American or Australian or Indian body, then what I am going to get next? What kind of body? That is utilized for human intelligence. A cat and dog cannot think like that. Therefore our business should be, now by the nature's way, I have come to this form of life, by evolutionary process. Now I have got good intelligence, how I shall utilize it? That proper utilization is indicated in the Vedanta philosophy. Vedanta philosophy, perhaps you have heard the name. Veda means knowledge, and Anta means last stage or end. Everything has got some end. So you are being educated, you are taking education, where it shall end. That is called Vedanta. Where the ultimate point. Vedanta philosophy says, that is Vedanta philosophy, ultimate knowledge. The ultimate knowledge that is explained in the Bhagavad Gita. What is that ultimate knowledge? Vedaishta sadvai ahameva vedam. You are cultivating knowledge. The ultimate goal of knowledge, Krishna says, is to know me. Vedaishta sadvai ahameva vedam. The whole knowledge is meant for understanding God. That is the end of knowledge. By progressive knowledge, you can make progress, but unless you do not come to the point to understand what is God, then your knowledge is imperfect. That is called Vedanta. Athata Brahma Jigyasa. This human form of life, nice facility, intelligence, just like Australia was undeveloped since the Europeans came here. It is now very developed, resourceful, because the intelligence has been utilized. Similarly, America, many other places. So this intelligence should be utilized. But if we simply utilize this intelligence for the same purpose as the cats and dogs are engaged, then it is not proper utilization. The proper utilization is Vedanta, Athata Brahma Jigyasa. Now you should inquire about Brahma, the Absolute. That is intelligence. So, the Krishna consciousness movement, as I have repeatedly said, it is that culture, Athata Brahma Jigyasa. What is the ultimate aim of life, ultimate goal of life? Because I am eternal, I am simply changing body. Na jayate na mriyate va kadachit. Kadachit means any time. The Atma, the soul, is never born. Na jayate. The living soul. Na jayate. Na jayate means never born. Like I see, my child is born. No, that you see the body of the child. Not the child as soul. That is knowledge. That is called Brahma, Gyan. That this body, I am not this body, I am spirit soul. Then the inquiry will be, then where from the spirit soul has come? That should be the inquiry. And why, if I am eternal, then why I am put to this condition of repetition of birth and death? These are inquiries. This is called Brahma Jigyasa. Brahma Jigyasa means inquiry about the spirit soul. That is Brahma Jigyasa. So in this way, we should utilize our intelligence, life, not simply for these bodily comforts of life. No, that bodily comforts of life, even the dogs and hogs, they are also seeking. They are also seeking. Then what is the difference between dogs, hogs and myself? Therefore Shastra says, Nayang deho deho bhajang niloke kastan kaman arhati vir bhujang. This is the warning given by Maharaj Rishabdev to his sons. My dear sons, don't spoil your life working very hard like the dogs and hogs just to satisfy your senses. This is instruction. We are being taught at the modern age that work very hard and enjoy your senses. This is modern civilization. Get money somewhere or other and spend it for sense gratification. That is the goal. Nate vidu sarthagatin hi Vishnu. They are not taught, they are not educated that what is the end of life, goal of life. That is God realization. They do not know it. Nate vidu. They do not know it. Nate vidu sarthagatin. Everyone is self-interest. Everyone is looking after his self-interest. That's good, very good. But do you know what is your self-interest? That they do not. Somebody is thinking my self-interest is this, somebody is thinking my self-interest is this, and therefore there is collision, strife, fight. But actually the self-interest is one. At least for the human being. What is that? Realization of God. It is equally important for the Americans, it is equally important for the Indians, equally important for every living being, especially for the civilized man. This is self-interest. Athato Brahma Jigyasa. What is that absolute truth? Jivasya tattva jigyasa. That should be our first business. Of course we require a living place and eating materials and sex arrangement or defense arrangement. That is required. We do that. But don't forget your main business. Then you are cats and dogs. Your main business is God realization. That's what Shastra says that I am Deha. Deha means this body. I am means this. What is this body? I am Deha. Deho bhajang and niloke. Deho bhajang. Deho bhajang, one has got this material body. Everyone, all living entities, either a cat, dog or human being, everyone has got this material body. If you analyze the body of a dog and your body, you will find the same ingredients. The same blood, the same skin, the same mucus, the same bone, the same urine, same stool. That is bodily construction. So bodily construction is the same. There is no difference. From chemical point of view, from physical point of view, the same thing. Just like the biologists, they study the human body by dissecting the frog's body. They say, the biologists say, that there is similarity of anatomical construction of the pigs, frogs and the human body. Anyway, we also accept that, because after all it is material body. So the arrangement in the frog's body and in the dog's body or in the human body, it must be the same material. So, then what is the advantage of this human body? That is instructed. Ayanga this body, this particular type of body, human body, is not meant for the purpose serving the cats and dogs. Nayanga deha dehu bhajanga niloke. Niloke means in the human society. Ni means human being. The human society, when you have got this nice body, you should not utilize this body for the same business as the cats and dogs and hogs are utilized. How the hogs are, especially this animal has been, Nayanga dehu dehu bhajanga niloke kastan kaman. Kastan kaman means with hard labor to satisfy the four necessities of life. The four necessities of life I have already mentioned. Eating, sleeping, sex life and defense. This is bodily necessity. So, the hog or the pig is trying to maintain his body. You have no experience. In India you have got experience. In the villages there are hogs. Day and night they are loitering in the street, and when they find out some stool, they are very happy. Therefore this animal has been especially mentioned. That do you spoil your life like the hog, working day and night, night duty, work day duty, and this duty, that duty, and what is again? You get some food, which may not be very nice, and eat it, and then you satisfy your sex. Is that life very perfect life? That is being done by the hogs. They are working day and night to find out where is stool. Stool is not very good food, but it is for them very good food. If you offer the hog halwa, they will not accept it. They will accept stool. Just like, don't mind, we are offering such nice food, but people do not like. They'll go to the restaurant and eat some rotten, 1 week past, some meat preparation. They like. I do not know, but I have heard it from my disciple. When it is decomposed and rotten, it is tasteful. It is very tasteful. They say. I do not know. I have never taken meat in my life. So I do not know. So anyway, according to different position, the taste is also different. The hog taste is, it likes stool. That means it can accept any damn food stuff, even up to stool. That is hog's life. And human life? No. Why should you accept? Just have nice fruits, flowers, grains, and vegetables, and prepared from milk product, and eat it. God has given you this. Why should you eat stool? This is human concept. So when better food is available, I must take the best food, full of vitamins, full of taste, full of energy. Why should I take something else? No, that is human intelligence. Therefore, our program is that we offer Krishna the best food stuff. Krishna says, give me this food stuff. What is that? Patram pushpam phalam toyam jumi bhakta prajachit. Tadaham ashrami. If you call a guest, you should ask him, my dear friend, what can I offer you? You like to eat? So if he says, give me this thing, I shall be very much pleased. That is your duty to give it. Similarly, people may ask that why I cannot offer meat to Krishna. No, Krishna does not say. Krishna does not want it. Krishna is mentioning in the Bhagavad Gita that you give me patram pushpam phalam toyam jomi bhakta prajacchit. You give me vegetables, give me fruits, give me grain, give me milk, nice water, nice flower, nice tulsi. Tadaham asnami. I eat that. Krishna, God, he can eat anything because he is God. He is all powerful. But he is asking to the devotees, give me these things. So we offer Krishna these things, prepare varieties. That is our intelligence. You can make varieties, just like one milk. You can prepare 50 different kinds of preparation from milk. At least. So many varieties. In New Vrindavan, we are keeping cows. That is an example. And the cows are giving milk, delivering milk, double than other farmers. Why? Because the cows know that these people will not kill me. They are not in anxiety. Suppose you are engaged in some work, and if you know that after 7 days I will be killed, can you do the work very nicely? No. Similarly, the cows know in the Western country that these people giving me very nice grains and grass, but after all they will kill me. So they are not happy. But if they are assured that he will not be killed, then they will give double milk. Double milk. That is stated in the Shastra. During Maharaja Yudhishthir's time, the cow's milk bag was so filled up that in the pasturing ground they are dropping, and the whole pasturing ground became moist, muddy with milk. The land used to be muddy with milk, not with water. That was the position. Therefore, cow is so important that we can get nice food, the milk. Milk is required every morning. But what is this justice that after taking milk from the animal and kill it? Is that very good justice? It is very, very sinful, and we have to suffer for that. And they are stated in the Shastras that if you do this sinful act, you'll go to this kind of hell. There are descriptions in the 5th canto. So pravritti marga means if I do things according to my whims, that is called pravritti marga. Then the next life is waiting for my suffering. That is fact. Just like if you irresponsibly live and there is epidemic and you contract some disease, infection, then you must suffer from it. There is no excuse. So, we are acting in this life, in this material world, as it is stated here. Traigunna vishayo mune, pravitti lakhanasthaiva, traigunna vishayo mune. Our desires, according to the modes of material nature we are associating. That's like in the temple, in this temple. Here everything is on the modes of goodness. So if you associate with this temple atmosphere, your behavior, your mode of life will be different, And if you associate with the atmosphere of a brothel, a slaughterhouse, then your atmosphere will be different. That means infection. Association means infection. If you infect tamagun, then your life is different. And if you infect the rajagun, then your life is different. Therefore, there are varieties of life. Why there are varieties of life? Because we have infected different varieties of infection. There are three kinds of infection originally. Satagun, Rajagun, Tamagun. That's like originally there are three colors: red, yellow and blue. Now you mix up these three colors, 3 into 3 it becomes 9, and 9 into 9 it becomes 81. So those are expert color mixer. They make varieties of color originally from these three colors. Similarly, originally there are three kinds of material modes of nature: goodness, passion and ignorance. Now mix it, it becomes 9, and again 9 into 9, 81. Therefore there are 8,400,000 forms of life on account of this mixture. The people do not care to understand how nature's law is going on. Nature's law means God's law. Nature is not independent. That is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Maya dhakshena prakriti suyate sacharatam. Nature is a machine. Do you think a machine works without an operator? Do you think? Is there any evidence? Now this is a machine, photography, a wonderful machine. It is taking the picture and it will move. But there is an operator. Where is the machine which is working without operator? Can you give any example? Here is a machine which is working without operator. So how do you think that the nature machine is working without the supreme operator, God's instruction? How do you think it? This is not very reasonable. We have to judge. There are different evidences. One of the evidence is hypothesis. That hypothesis is that because we see that no machine works without operator, therefore we should conclude it, even though we do not know what is God, what is the nature, we must conclude it that this nature is working under some supreme operator, that is God. It is not necessary to see the operator, but we can guess that there must be operator. The human life is meant for finding out who is there to operate. That is human life. Otherwise it's cats and dogs' life. They're eating, sleeping, mating and dancing, that's all. That is not human life. You must find out who is the operator. Athata Brahma Jigyasa, this is called in Sanskrit word. Now this human form of life is meant for inquiring about the supreme operator. Now that supreme operator, Krishna, is so kind. He is giving evidence in the Bhagavad Gita. Maya dhakshena prakriti syate sacharacharam. Now here I am. Under my direction, the prakriti, the nature, material nature is working. So you accept, then your business is done. And Krishna gave evidences how he is controlling the nature. When Krishna was 7 years old, he lifted one big mountain on his finger. That means our understanding is that there is law of gravitation, By law of gravitation, such a big mountain, it cannot stay in one man's finger. That is our calculation. But he did it. That means he counteracted the law of gravitation. That is God. So, if you believe this, then you know God immediately. There is no difficulty. Just like if the child is warned, my dear child, do not touch fire, it will burn you. If the child accepts, then he gets the perfect knowledge immediately. If the child does not accept, he wants to make experiment, then he will burn his finger. So, our process of knowledge, we should take from the Supreme Authority. Then we save time for research work. That is Krishna consciousness movement. We take perfect knowledge from Krishna. I may be imperfect, just like child is imperfect. I may be imperfect, you may be imperfect. But if you take the perfect knowledge from the Supreme Perfect, then your knowledge is perfect. That is the process. This is called avaroho pantha, knowledge coming, deductive knowledge. So everything is there, and if you like to take advantage of this movement, make your life perfect, go back to home, back to Godhead, then fully utilize the center, our Melbourne center, come here, read our books and argue, try to understand with your full knowledge, no blindly acceptance. There is reason, there is argument, there is philosophy, there is science, everything is there. And if you accept that simply by chanting I shall realize, that is also allowed. Both ways. If you accept this simple process, the chant Hare Krishna and realize God, that is also fact. And if you think what is this nonsense, chanting Hare Krishna, then you read books. Both ways we are prepared. Come and take advantage of this movement. Thank you very much. Jai, Jai.
So this time, if there's any questions, we can take the last opportunity. Present questions of His Divine Grace for some time. Yes. Being influenced by different degrees of desires, would that influence each person's faith?
No. It may be faith. Just like different kinds of disease. You infect one kind of, I will say, infection, you suffer in that disease. So, it is due to different desire means different types of association. We are therefore recommending that you associate with us. Then there will be one desire, how to understand God. That's all. That is wanted. The bhakti means sarvapadhi annavilasita sunnam. Annavilas, other desires, other material desires, when we give up, and only desire to serve Krishna, that is our perfection. This has to be learned. We have got certainly many desires according to infection and association. But when we agree to give up all these desires, desire must be there. If there is no desire, then you are a dead stone. Desire must be there. Any living being He must have desires. Otherwise, how is he living? He's dead stone. So desire must be there, but it should be proper desire. The proper desire is because we are part and parcel of God. So our desire should be how to meet Him again and work with Him conjointly. That should be the only desire. Therefore, when Krishna comes, He orders or He commands, Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam saranam. To give up all other desires, simply desire how to surrender unto. This is required. And that can be understood by the human being. And because we have got different desire, I have already explained, different qualities of the material nature, that mixed up, it comes to 81. So therefore we have got, according to desires, we have got so many varieties of bodies. So we have to learn how to stop all these material desires and simply concentrate our desires how to serve Krishna or God. That is it. That is the training. Just like these boys, these girls who are in the Krishna consciousness, they have no other desire. Their only desire is how to push on this Krishna consciousness movement, that's all. It is possible. They had many desires. They are also coming from your country. They had many desires, but they have no other desire now. Their simply desire is how to push on Krishna consciousness. That is perfect. When you stick to this one desire, that I shall serve Krishna, then you are free from all desires. Otherwise not. Otherwise it is impossible. Then desires will drag you to different types of body. Then your suffering will increase. Then we have to come to the body of a pig. Because nature's law is very strict. According to your desire, he will give you body. So you desire to serve Krishna, you get a body like Krishna. That's all. Not symbolic, it's fact. Why do you say symbolic? Unusual, what experience you have got? You have no experience. Have you got any experience of other planetary system? What is there? Then your experience is very teeny. So you should not calculate Brahma's life and other things by your teeny experience. Now, in the Bhagavad Gita it is said that the duration of life of Brahma, Sahasra Juga Pajantam Arahajat Brahmano Vidu. Now Brahma's life, it is stated in the Shastra. We have already explained that we accept the authoritative statement of Shastra. Now Brahma's life is stated there. Arahat means his one day is equal to our 4 yugas. 4 yugas means 4,300,000 years, and multiply it by 1,000. Sahasra Juga Pajantam. Sahasra means 1,000. And Juga means the 4,300,000 years makes a Juga. And multiply it by 1,000. That period is Brahma's one day. Similarly, he has got one night. Similarly, he has got 1 month. Similarly, he has got 1 year. And such 100 years he will live. How you can calculate? How it is within your experience? You think something mysterious? No. Your experience is nothing. Therefore you have to take experience from the perfect person, Krishna. Then your knowledge is perfect. That I have already said. Don't try to understand with your teeny experience everything. Then you will be failure. That I have already explained. That you are coming here, even though you are not initiated, that is also service. So, if you deposit 1 cent daily, one day it may become $100. So when you get the $100, you can get the business. So you come here daily, 1 cent, 1 cent. When it will be $100, you will become a devotee. So this is not wasted. It is, that is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Krita punna punya. Krita punna. Krita means done. And Sukadeva Goswami is describing when Krishna was playing with his cowherd boys' friends. So he was describing that these cowherd boys who are playing with Krishna, they have not come to this position in one day. Krita punna punya, after life, having performed pious activities, now they have come to this position, that they are allowed to play with the Supreme. So, Krita punna punya, any pious activities done for the sake of Krishna, that is your permanent asset. It will never be lost. So go on. Increasing the asset, one day it will so help you that you will be able to play with Krishna. This is Krishna consciousness movement. First of all, you are devotee.
There are different main spiritual movements. How can I know which one?
It is very easy. Spiritual movement means to understand God. Any spiritual movement you adopt, if you understand God, then it is all right. Otherwise it is bogus. If you understand God, you take any movement. If you think everyone is spiritual movement, all right, you take it. Then, if you come to understand, now I have understood God, then that is all right. Otherwise bogus. That is an experience. That's why if you eat, you will feel satisfaction. And without eating, how will you feel satisfaction? So if you follow spiritual movement, then you will understand God. That is the result. And if you think that you are following some spiritual movement, but you do not know what is God, that means you are following some bogus thing. That is the test. It hasn't got to be certified. You can know. Just like if you eat, you will feel satisfaction. You haven't got to take certificate from others. Do you think I am eating? And you can say. If you understand fully God, then that is spiritual movement. If you do not understand, then you must know that you are following some bogus movement. This is the test. I say different may be hundreds, but it is up to you to test whether you have understood God. That is the test, real test. Yes.
someone who is not afraid to die and says that he's not suffering, how does
He's a madman. That's all. Who is caring for madman's work? That will take time. How can we expect? In 1 minute everyone will understand everything. It requires education, time. If he is prepared to give the time, then he will understand. Not that within 5 minutes, 10 minutes he will understand the whole thing. That's not possible. He is a diseased man. He requires treatment, medicine, and diet. In this way he will understand. A diseased man, if he doesn't care for medicine, diet, then he'll suffer. That's all. Yes? Anyone? No?
we have been here for many lifetimes performing sinful activities? So is it possible to counteract all those sinful activities in one lifetime, or does it require many
1 minute. That is Krishna consciousness movement. 1 minute. You are not reading Bhagavad Gita? What Krishna says? Sarva dharman parityajya mamekang saranang braja ahangta sarva papebha mokshayami. You surrender unto me, give up your all business. I will give you relief from all sinful reaction. Immediate. It requires 1 minute. My dear Krishna, I was forgotten, now I understand, I fully surrender unto you. Then you become immediately free from all things. Without any reservation, without any politics. If you fully surrender, Krishna is assuring, aham tva sarva papi homokhaisami masucha. He reassures. Don't worry whether I will be able to give you relief from all reactions. Masucha. It is guaranteed. You do this. So, how much time it requires to surrender to Krishna? Immediately can do that. Surrender means you surrender and what? As Krishna says. That is surrender. What Krishna says to do. Manmana bhavavad bhakta madhyajimang namaskuru. 4 things. You always think of me and you become my devotee, you worship me and offer your respectful obeisances and you do these 4 things. That is full surrender. Mami vaishyasi, asangsa. Then you come to me without any doubt. Everything is there. Krishna has given everything fully. If you accept it, then life is very simple. There is no difficulty. Yes? Now calculate, I have already given the duration of 1 day, 12 hours of Brahma. Means 4,300,000 years multiply by 1,000. What it comes? 4,300,000 years multiply by 1,000.
4,300 million.
No. Difference of opinion.
In Australia, they calculate different.
Anyway, what is your Australian conclusion? Let me know.
Their billion is something else.
Oh. Anyway, I give you the right figure, 4 million, according to American or English calculation. 4,300,000 years. And multiply it by 1,000. Then what it comes according to English calculation? That is 12 hours. And add again 12 hours night. Then 8 billion. So Krishna comes after this period. In one day, after one day of Brahma, he appears. Yes, following Krishna. Krishna comes in the Dapar Yug. There are 4 periods of each Yug. Sattva, Treta, Dapar, Kali. So Krishna comes at the end of Dapar Yug and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu comes in the Kali Yug. So almost about the same year, same circulation. Just like the sun appears after so many hours. It is like that. And the sun does not disappear. Sun is already there in the sky. It may not be in Australia's vision, but it may be in other countries' vision. The sun is not dead. Similarly, Krishna appears by rotation in this universe after so many years, 8 billion and 9 billion years. So next he goes to another universe. Just like the sun, after disappearance from Australia, it goes to another country. Similarly, Krishna, after finishing his business in this universe, he goes to another universe. In this way, the rotation takes 8 million, 9 billion years. Just imagine how many universes are there. He stays in one universe for 125 years. Everything is a calculation in this house. Now we can imagine how many universes are there. That is altogether material world. That is stated in the Atma Bahunaitina Kingatina Savajna Vishtabhya Aham Idam Kristam Ekangsina Sthitu Jagat. This material creation is 1/4 creation of the whole God's property. And the 3/4 part is in the spiritual world. That is God. Not that cheap God, I am God, it is God. We don't accept such cheap God. Yes. Even if you remain in the material, if you are not completed your spiritual life, still you will get good birth. Suchinang Simotangi Yoga Brasta Sanjat. One who is failure in completing Krishna consciousness, then he is given next chance in a very aristocratic family or very nice, pure Brahmin's family, so that he can again cultivate Krishna consciousness. Next chance.
His question was, when we take initiation from you, we understand that we become your eternal servitor.
Yeah.
So if we have to come again to another birth...
But if you remain eternally in the instruction, and if you fall from the instruction, how you can remain eternal? You have to stay on the platform, then eternally you are safe. If you fall down from the platform, then it is your fault. It's like we are all in the Vaikuntha planet. Now, we wanted to enjoy this material world, we have fallen down. Just like Jai Vijay. Now we are trying to go back again. Therefore we say, go back to home, back to God. So, everything is there is process. If you follow the process, then you go back. If you fall down, that is our fault. Therefore the life is meant for tapasya. That Rishabdev is in instruction. That our life should not be wasted like dogs and hogs and pigs. It should be utilized for tapasya, for understanding our position. Tapa putra kajena suddheta satya. This is the aim of life. We have to purify our existence. At the present moment, our existence is impurified. Therefore, we are subjected to birth, death, old age and disease.
Ye
जग राय निदाय पाद कमल ये छाए जग निताई बिने भाई राधा कृष्ण पाइते नहीं करी धरनी तई पाए निताई बिने भाई राधा कृष्ण पाइते नहीं करी धर मीरा पाए मीराई पाद कटी काल जन्म गलता से नहीं जान वृथा जन्म गलता यही पशु बर दूर नहीं जान वृथा जन्म गलता यही पशु बर दुराचार न बोलीला मुखे न बोलीला मुखे संसार सुखे विद्या कुले न बोलिल मुखे न बोलिल मुखे मरी संसार सुखे विद्या कुले न बोलिल मुखे संसार सुखे पाद कमल कोटि चंद्र शीतल पाद कमल कोटि शीतल ये छाए जग राय ये छाए जग राय निताई बिने भाई राधा कृष्ण पैत नहीं वीर करी धर निताय पाए निताई पाद कोटि अहंकार मत
Nitai pada pasaniya Ahamkare matta hayya Nitai pada pasaniya Asattere Satta kari mani Ahamkare matta hayya Nitai pada pasariya Asattere satta kari mani Nitai karuna habe Nitai karuna habe Braje Radha Krishna pabe Dara Nitai charan Nitai karuna habe Braje Radha Krishna pabe Dara Nitai charan Nitai pada kamal koti janne suci kal Nitai pada kamal koti janne suci kal ye chhai jagat Jai Ye Chai Jagat Jai And only Tailin Bhai Radha Krishna Paitanai Tirakari Ghara Nitai Bhai And only Tailin Bhai Radha Krishna Paitanai Tirakari Ghara Nitai Bhai Nitai Pada Kadi Nitai Nitai Pada Kadi Nitai Charana Sattam Nahara Sevata Nityam Nitai Charana Satya Nahara Sevata Nityam Nitai Pada Sada Karaya Manare Nitai Pada Sada Karaya Narattama Vara Dukhi Nitai Mare Kara Sukhi Narattama Vara Dukhi Nitai Mare Kara Sukhi Narattama Vara Dukhi Nitai Mare Kara Sukhi Sammanna nahi jai Pitha janma ganata Ei pasu Vara durachar Nitai na bolila mukhe Madhila samsara sukhe Nitai na বলিলা মুখে মদি সংসার শিখে বিদ্যা তুলে কি বিদ্যা তুলে কি করি নিতাই পদ কমল কটি তন্ন শিশি নিতাই পদ কমল কটি তন্ন শিশি ये छाए जगत राय ये छाए जगत निताई विनय भाई राधा कृष्ण पाइत नहीं वीर कवि धर निताई आए निताई विनय भाई राधा कृष्ण पाइत नहीं वीर कवि धन निताय पद अमल Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
What is that sleep yesterday you gave me? That mantra, Nishinga mantra. There was one extra month. Yeah, what everyone sleep is. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladini. Hiranna. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalay. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Hiranna. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalay. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Hiranya. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Nakhalay. Ito nisinga paratu nisinga yatu yami tato nisinga bahir nisinga hridayi nisinga nisinga madhyam Esabadhrita narahadi rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jaya Jagadisha Hari. Again repeat the first month. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahlada Ladadaini Hiranya Kasipur Bhaksha Silatanka Nakhalay Ito Nisinga Parato Nisinga Jato Yami Tato Nisinga Bahir Nisingho Hriday Nisinga Nisingamadim saranam prabhate Tava pada kamala varena kama Singam Dalita Hiranakasipu Tana Ringam Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hari Jaya Jagadish Hari Jaya Jagadish Hari. The first one again. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahlada Hiranna Kashipur Bhaksha Silatanka Nakhalai. The meaning of this mantra that I offer my humble obeisance to Lord Nrsimha, who is the source of bliss to Prahlada. But Hiranyakashipu Bhaksha, his father Hiranyakashipu, on his chest, the nails of his finger is just like chisel cutting the stone. The same personality of Godhead is Prahlada, Ahladadain. Ahlada means pleasure. But Prahlad, Prakishrupena Ahlada, Prahlad. The devotee is, being always in Krishna consciousness, naturally is in blissfulness. And still more when he meets or associates with his Lord, still more blissfulness. That is the position of the theist devotee. Whereas the atheist non-devotee is always feeling like a strike of the chisel, like what you call stone cutting chisel, nakhalai, simply by the nails of his finger. Parama karuna pahudui jana Parama karuna pahudui jana Parama karuna pahudui jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama Karuna Parama Karuna Pahudai Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama Karuna Pahudai Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Sabhyavatar Sarasi Ramani Kevalayananda Kandai Parama Karuna Pahudai Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Sabhyavatar Sarasi Ramani Kevalayananda Kandai Avatarer Siramani Sabe Avatarer Siramani निताई गौर चंद्र यामल सब अवतारे शिरोमणि निताई गौर चंद्र यामल सब अवतारे शिरोमणि परम करुणा बहुदय जना निताई गौरचंद्र अरे सभयावतार सारशिरोमणि केवलानंद कंदन भज भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विशास कोनी भज भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विशास कहरी विषय छाड़िया अरे विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोल हरि हरि विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोल हरि हरि परम करुणा बहुत जन निताई गौरचंद्र अरे सावयावतार सारशिरोमणि केवलानंद कंद अरे सावयावतार सारशिरोमणि केवलानंद कंद परम करुणा बहुदय जना निताई गौरचंद्र
दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी तब कृपा बोले दया करो सीतापति अद्वैत दर्शई तब बोले पाई चैतन्य मिटाई दयाकार सीतापति अद्वैत दर्शई तब बोले पाई चैतन्य मिटाई आहा सनातन नरोत्तमा आहा सनातन रूप प्रभुना युग जीव प्रभु दया करो श्रीयाचार्य श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया करो प्रियाचार्य प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर मने तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Bhavaya Avatar Prabhu Nityananda Devananda Sukhi Kripaya Balakana Ami Baradukhi Mahaprabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Mahaprabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Mahaprabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Kripaya Balakana Ami Prabhu Nityananda Mahaprabhu Ami bara
Rame Dhala Dhala Sonara Rame Dhala Dhala Sonara Dhala Rade Rame Dhala Sonara Dhala
तमखेदम् केशमधृतं हीन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशमधृता हीन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जपयधि जले हितपान वेदम् विहित बहि प्रचलितं वेदम् प्रलयमयधि जले हितमानसी वेदम् विहितं बहि प्रचलितं वेदम् केशमधृतं हीन शरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे विष्ठति तव प्रीते गीते विह विपुलतारे विष्ठति तव प्रीते धरानि धरणकीन गागरीते गीते विह विपुलतारे तव प्रीते धरानि धरणकीन गागरीते धरणी धरणकीन गागरीते कूर्मशरीरं केशमधृतं कूर्मशरीरं जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशमधृतं केशमधृतं कूर्मशरीरं केशमधृतं कूर्मशरीरं जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे पयधि जले हितपानिदम् पयधि जले हितमानसी वेदम् विहित बहि प्रचलितं वेदम् वसति दशनसि हरे Vasati dasana sikhadi dharani kamalagna Vasati dasana sikhadi dharani kamalagna Sachini kalanka kale manimagna Vasati dasana sikhadi dharani kamalagna Vasati dasana sikhare kamalagna Sachini kalanka kale manimagna Sachini kalanka kale manimagna Samadhita varaha rupam Samadhita varaha rupam Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Samadhitam Varaharupam Samadhitam Varaharupam Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Napaya Vijaya Vitamana Sivedam Sada Apa Yadhijam Sabapara Kamala Badi Taphama Bhuta Singam Sabapara Kamala Badi Sabapara Kamala Badi Nakayadbhuta Singam Sabapara Kamala Badi Nakayadbhuta Singam Galita Hirannaka Vipultano Bhengam Sabapara Kamala Badi Nakhamadbhuta Singam Galita Hirannaka Vipultano Bhengam Keshavadhrita Narahari Rupan Keshavadhrita Narahari Rupan Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Samadhitam Narahari Rupam Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Raja Napaya Dhijane Vitamana Sivedam Raja Vela Napaya Dhijane Vitamana Sivedam Dihi Tabahi Tankam Nikramakhedam Vela Napaya Dhijane Vitamana Sivedam Dihi Tabahi Nikramakhedam Chalayasi Vikramani Bandi भूत वामन चलयसी विक्रमणे बलि भूत पदलखनी रजनित जन पावन पदलखनी रजनित जन पावन के समक्षित वामन रूप के समक्षित वामन रूप जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय हरे ये समक्षित वामन रूप के समक्षित वामन रूप जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे हरे पयभिजने मानसी विहितमहि तमखेदं पयभिजने धीरमयी जगन् तपगत पापं क्षत्रियरुधिरमयी जगन् तपगत पापं स्नपयसि पयसि अमित भवतापम् क्षत्रियरुधिरमयी जगतपगतां पापं न पयसि पयसि च नितभवतापम् केशमधृतं भृगुपतिरूपम् समधृत भृगुपति जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे हरे ये समधृत भृगुपति जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे प्रजपयधीजले धृतमानसी वेदं करितु समखेदं प्रजपयधीजले वितरसी विसुरानी विपतिकमानी यम वितरसी विसुरानी विपतिकमानी यम दशमुखमौनि बले रमणीयं वितरसी विसुरानी Mukhamani Boli Ramaniyam Kesamadhita Rama Sariram Kesamadhita Raghupati Jaya Jagadish Hare 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 Kesamadhitam Raghupati Rupam Kesamadhitam Raghupati Rupam Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Bahati Bahusi Visade Janadam Bahati Bahusi Bahati Bahusi Visade Janadam Alayati Jita Janamabham Alayati Jiti Milita Jamanabham Bahati Bahusi Visade Bachanam Janadabham Alayati Jiti Milita Jamunabham Kesamadhita Ala Sararupam Kesamadhita Ala Sararupam Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Hare Kesamadhita Aladhara Rupam Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Nati Jagavidheraha Asati Jatam Nati Jagavidheraha Asati Jatam Dada Jaridaya Da Sita Pasubhatam Nati Jagavidheraha Nasi Jagabidera Sadeja Sadayari Dayada Sita Pachu Hatam Sadayari Dayada Sita Pachu Hatam Kesamakrita Buddha Shariram Kesamakita Buddha Shariram Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Nindasi Jagabidhera Asate Jasam हृदयद इतं पशुघातं केशमधीतं बुद्धशरीरं जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशमधीतं बुद्धशरीरं जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे रलपयधिजले धितमान शिवेदं रलपयधिजले धितमान शिवेदं विहितमहि करचीतमखेनं केशमधृतं नीलशरीरं नीलशरीरं जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे लेच्छनि वाहनि धानि कलयति करबालं लेच्छनि वाहनि धानि कलयति करबालं किमपि करालं लेच्छानि लेच्छानि धाने कलयति करबालं Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ihe Bone Thak Dada Hari Bole Dak Ke Dukhe Lanak Hare Nama Hare Dukhe Bhulanaka Sada Nama Hare Gaye Garat Hare Nam Gaye Garat Madhu Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nam Gaye Maya Jale Bhagwan Hoye Acho Biche Kajaloye Maya Jale Bhagwan Hoye 조미체 아저러에 마야자네 바다에 마야자네 바다에 아주 미체 아주라에 꼴라체 떠나빼 꼴라체 떠나빼 라다마스 남마스레 꼴라체 떠나빼 라다마스 남마스레 아이고라체 어느사에 아이고라체 어느사에 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Gorak, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Adorat Madhu, Hare. Vailam Bhagarat Hare Divan Aila Nam Bhojile Iskikasa Divana Aila Nam Bhojile Iskikasa Akatibi Nado Padesa Akatibi Nado Padesa Akatibi Upadesa Akbar Akati Nado Desa Akbar Hari Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare जप ये भाग कोने भाग दादा हरि जप दुखे दुखे फूल नाक दुखे दुखे फूल नाक मदने नाम का रे दुखे फूल नाक सदा हरि नाम का गौर Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I go. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare পাপে নাহি ডরি দয়াহীন স্বার্থ পর সুখে দুঃখী পর দুঃখে পর সুখে দুঃখী সদা মিথ্যা ভাসি পর দুঃখ সুখ কর পর সুখে দুঃখী পর সুখে দুঃখী সদা মিথ্যা ভাসি পর দুঃখ সুখ সুখে দুঃখী পর সুখে দুঃখী সদা মিথ্যা আছি পর দুঃখ সুখ আমার জীবন সদা পাপের তো নাহি গো আমার জীবন সদা পাপের নাহি পরের উদ মে দিয়াছি যে কত দিয়াছি জীবের ক্লে জীবন সদা পাপনত নাহি হসে সকামনা হসে সকামনা বিধি মাঝে দম্ভ পরায়ণ অশেষ কামনা বিধি মাঝে মন দম্ভ পরায়ণ মদমত্ত সদা বিষয় মহিত হিংসা গর্ব বিভূষণ কামনা কামনা হৃদি মাঝে মদমত্ত সদা বিষয় মহিত হিংসা সর্ববিভূষণ অশেষ কামনা হৃদি মাঝে দম্ভ পরায়ণ অশেষ কামনা হৃদি মাঝে দম্ভ পরায়ণ মদমত্ত সদা বিষয়ে মোহিত হিংসা সর্ববিভূষণ निद्रालस्यहत सुकार्य विरत अकार्य उद्योग आमी प्रतिष्ठा लगिया षठ आचरण लवाहत निद्रालस्यहत सुकार्य विरत अकार्य उद्योगी आमी प्रतिष्ठा लगिया षठ आचरण लवाहत हमार जीवन सदा पापेरत नहीं मेरो ले हमार जीवन सदा पापेरत नहीं कपूर मेरो ले परे रईबे दियाछि जे कत दियाछि वीरेरके प्रतिष्ठा लागिया षठ आचरण एहन दुर्जन सज्जन वर्जित अपराधी निरंतर एहन दुर्जन सज्जन वर्जित एहन दुर्जन सज्जन वर्जित अपराधी निरंतर शुभ कार्य शून्य सदा नथ मन शुभ कार्य शून्य सदा नथ मन नाना दुखे जर जय कार्य शून्य सदा नथ मन नाना दुखे जार बार्धक्ये এখন উপায় বিহীন বার্ধক্যে এখন উপায় বিহীন তাতে দিন অকিঞ্চন भपति बिना प्रभुर चरणे करे दुख निवेदन बार्धक्ये এখন उपाय বিহীন তাতে দীনায় অকিঞ্চন ভক্তি বিনা প্রভুর চরণে করে দুঃখ নিবেদন हमार जीवन सदा पपेरत नहीं हमार जीवन सदा पपेरत नहीं को पुण्य धले परे रुद्वे दियाछि जे कत दियाछि जीवेरोके हमार जीवन सदा पपेरत नहीं कर पुण्य गाले परे रुद्वे दियाछि जे कत दियाछि जीवेरोके हमार जीवन हरि हरि जन Hari Hari Aneti Hale Jana Mano Mano Sajana Paya Radha Hari Hari Jana Hari Hari Radha Krishna Hari Hari Jana Vallabhe Premadhana Hari Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalang Sri Gurun Vaishnavanshan Sri Rupam Chakrajatam रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवम् श्री राधा कृष्ण पदान् सगन ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama.
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
No, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chandi Radha, Kala Chandi Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govind Radha, Govind Radhe Radhe. Jaya Jagannatha,
Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev,
चलो वो गाओ नरसिंह आरती
Namaste,
नमस्ते
no, my Namaste, Nasasenkoya, Vala, Dadaine, Shanakaship, Puraksha, Sila Tanka, Nakhalai, Ito Nasenga, Valato, Yatoya Mitoto Nasenga, Hai Nasenga, Yato Nasenga, Vengamadi Sadana Papade, Tarakada Kamalavade, Naka Adbhuta Senga, Dalita Hiranyakashipu,
Tanubhringam
Kesavadita Narahari Rupa, Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jangare, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare.
Narsingh
Jaya
Narsingh Jaya Prahlad नहीं ऐसा नहीं प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Hari Bol. नहीं मम्मा
बोलो हाँ नहीं कर
हरि बोल जय जय हरि बोल
भक्ति विघ्न विनाशक नरसिंह देव भगवान की जय प्रहलाद महाराज की जय शीला प्रभुपाद की
ना
जय
जय
चलो चलो
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Vajamana Hure Vajamana Hure Nandana Vaye Naranara Vindare Vajamana Ure Vajamana Ure Chinandanandana Avaye Charanara Vindare Vallabhamanava Janamasa Sange Durlabhamanava Janamasa Sange Tarahari Baba Sindhure Tarahari Baba Sindhure Edana Johanna Putra Paridana Edana Johanna Putra Paridana Iti ki achapara titi re Edana Johanna Putra Parijana Edana Johanna Putra Parijana Iti ki achapara titi re Iti ki achapara titi re Kamala jala dala Jivana tala mala Kamala jala dala Jivana tala mala Vihara nita pada nitine Itata pata vata vadisana Itayata pata vata vadisana Adina Janvini Jadire Adini Janvini Jadire Vifale Sevenu Vipana Durajana Vifale Sevenu Vipana Durajana Chapala Sukalava Ladire Chapala Sukalava Ladire Vajamana Hure Vajamana Hure Srinandanandana Avaye Charanara Vindure Shavana Kirtana Smaranda Vandana Shravana Kirtana Smaranda Vandana Ada Sevana Dasari Ada Sevana Dasari Pujanna Sakti Janna Atmanai Vedana Pujanna Sakti Janna Atmani Vedana Govinda Dasani Re Govinda Dasa Vilasade Vajamana Hude Srinandanandana Avai Sharanara Vindare Vajamana Hure Vajamana Hure Srinandanandana Vai Sharanara Vindare Tulava Manava Janamasat Sange Tulava Manava Janamasat Sange Harare Baba Sindhure Sadahri Baba Sindhure Vajamana Hure Vajamana Hure Srinandanandana Vai Sharanara Vindore Vajamana Hure Vajamana Hure Srinandanandana Vai Sharanara Vindore
Bhaja bhakata vasanati gaura hari. Bhaja bhakata vasanati gaura hari. Bhaja bhakata vasanati gaura hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Dosa Vihari. It is not working. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Dosa Vihari. Nanda Jasha Matir Sikahari. Bhaja Bhakata Bhasana Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhaja Bhakata Bhasana Shri Gaura Hari. Bhaja Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Dosa Vihari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Dosa Vihari.
Hari, Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Dalahal Damodar Aishaya Khana Bhogam Mandire Vase Karaha Bhajana Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Nanda Jata Mate Tari Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Nanda Jasa Mate Hari Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Radhikara Pakayana Vividha Banjan Paramayanande Krishna Karena Bhajan. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Nishar Puli Rajura Saboli Parama Anande Krishna Karena Bhajan. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Nanda Jata Mate Hari Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Nanda Jata Mate Hari Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Shri Gaura Hari Sahi Gosha Bihari. Nanda Jata Mate Hari Nanda Jata Mate Hari Bhaja Bhakata Bhakalati Gaura Hari. Bhaja Bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala. Bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala. Giridhari Gopinath Nanda Dulada Govinda Gopala. Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Bhakata Bhasalati Gaurahani He Gaurahani Sahi Gosha Bihari He Gaurahani Sahi Gosha Bihari Nanda Dada Bhakti Vedani Raja Bhakata Bhasalati Gaurahani Raja Bhakata Raja Bhakata Bhasalati Gaurahani Raja Bhakata Raja Bhakata Bhasalati Gaurahani Raja Bhakata Bhasalati Gaurahani He Gaurahani Sohi Gosha Bihari He Gaurahani Sohi Gosha Bihari Bhakata Bhasalati Gaurahani Raja Bhakata Bhasalati Gaurahani Raja Bhakata Bhasalati Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chade Arati Ki Shobha Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Sade Arati Ki Shobha Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Sade Arati Ki Shobha Jannavikata Bhani Jaga Jana Mana Loma Jannavikata Bhani Jaga Jana Mana Loma Jaya Jaya Gora Sade Arati Ki Shobha Shiva Jaya Jaya Gora Sade Arati Ki Shobha Jannavikata Bhani Jaga Jana Mana Loma